student. Subsequently, they offered me a job at the university. I went through an interview process. We became colleagues, and we've been friends ever since. We now work on some initiatives together. I'm the chair of an organization called Ally Trust, which essentially raises funds to help law clinics in various parts of the country to provide access to justice to indigent persons. And Professor McQuoid-Mason and I work on that trust together, and we work on other projects as well. Yes, it's an amazing story. A professor at George Washington University in the United States, a man called Professor Ed O'Brien, came up with this concept of educating people about the law. So this was not educating law students, but educating people in prisons, educating school children, educating educators, teachers, etc., about core principles of law. His thinking was that if they understand aspects, for example, of consumer protection, it will improve their quality of life. So it was very successful in the United States, and he called it street law because it was law meant for the streets. And then he was looking for a partner in South Africa. Remember, this was at the height of apartheid at the time. And many universities said to him, listen, this government's never going to allow this. And he then stumbled upon
upon the town, iziphuza phuka amathambo, animina abakhombekeje, badayo mnyama, badayo mdozo, badayo Afrika, badayo yo. Once upon the town, iziphuza phuka amathambo, animina abakhombekeje, badayo mnyama, badayo mdozo, badayo Afrika. isiSotho sikhuluma isiSotho izingane zamaXhosa sikhuluma isiXhosa izingane zabaSwana sikhuluma isiSwana Sengathumathananazana Ubantu wenza noyazi phela Ubantu wenza namazenyana Ubantu wenza niziheha Ululu Sengathumathananazana Ubantu wenza noyazi phela Uwenza namazenyana Uwenza niziheha Ululu
Thank you, Mr. Madala Kunene, one of the greatest guitarists in South Africa. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Lesala Mofokeng, and today I'm called the Director of Proceedings. So welcome to you all, and thank you for joining us tonight. We are privileged to have been associated with Professor David McQuoid-Mason for over 50 years, since 1972, which was just a year after I was born. And I had to spend 30 years of my life with Professor Mason, since 1993 till today. What a great man he is. So David is a world-renowned legal clinician, advocate of human rights, author and founding father of the street law program at UKZN. But for me personally, he is one of our great leaders. People in communities call him Prof, Misty, and so forth, just because of the difference that they see as a result of his work. So unlike any other academic, or most academics, we produce a lot of journal articles, we publish a lot, but do a little when it comes to the changes in our communities. I want to acknowledge that Professor McQuoid-Mason is one of those people who is very easily recognizable in many communities around the world, not just in Durban. So this function is hosted by the law school to celebrate the contributions made by David McQuoid-Mason to the university community and society at large. So in the next hour or so, or maybe more, you will learn more about this giant. I would like to call onto the stage the acting dean and head of the School of Law at UKZN, Mr. Adrian Bellinger, to welcome all the guests. Thank you very much, Mr. Bellinger.
So when I was press ganged into this job, nobody told me about the number of times I'd have to stand up on a stage and speak. And I prepared only a few words, and I'm probably going to ignore them all because, firstly, I've witnessed a few welcomes where 75% of the time is taken up by listing the dignitaries in the room. And this is a celebration of David, and David's 50 years in the law school. And so, technically speaking, once we've welcomed David, we've welcomed every dignitary that's here, if we're working on a hierarchical basis. But the one thing you know about David is that hierarchy means nothing. And so I'm going to treat everybody equally and say, welcome to you all. Judges, acting judges, silks, wannabe silks, ex-silks, retired silks, we're working up the hierarchy here. Lawyers, wannabe lawyers, students, academics, you name it, everybody is very, very welcome to the law school and to this function, and I hope that you will enjoy it in the spirit in which it is intended, which is an informal appreciation and celebration of David. But also, I've learned that when I get the mic, I shouldn't give it up easily. And I'm not going to make a speech tonight, but I am going to be able to say, by way of welcome, one or two things that I felt an opportunity has arisen. And it's a very, very, very short story. And the story was that I was a student at this institution, and David was my dean. And he was an incredibly colorful dean with a ubiquitous presence. But I left this institution and I headed off overseas to a Scottish university to go and do a master's degree, which was a fairly rare thing in those days because nobody was so silly. And I discovered shortly on arrival that the sky was grey. The city that I had moved to was grey. Every single building was built out of granite and was grey. It rained non-stop, and that was only the first 5 days that I was there. It was Aberdeen. And I was utterly miserable. I'd left Durban behind, I'd left that kind of colourfulness behind, I'd left my family behind, and I knew not a single person. And so after a couple of days, I discovered one small glimmer of light, and that was that the Students' Union building in the main street of the old Aberdeen town was called the Albert Luthuli building. But it didn't really help that much. And so I went and sought the library, because a library is a place of refuge no matter where you are. And I walked into the reserve section as a postgrad student, not knowing what I was doing or where I was doing it or why I was doing it. And there, bound in red with gold embossing, standing out like a beacon, was David McQuoid-Mason's PhD thesis. Talk about a sense of familiarity, a sense of security, and a sense of comfort by seeing something that reminded you of home and reminded you of your law school and reminded you of where you'd been and where you were. And that did it for me. That turned the corner, and I was able to, well, I learned that it wasn't such a great place after all. But that little thing about David illustrates for me three fundamental things which I take and bring about David, three parts of David, because you'll learn that there are many, many parts to David tonight, if you didn't know already. But for those of you who know David, you'll know that there are many parts other than the ones that you know. But the three parts that I took from that were, number one, he was a scholar and an academic whose work was on the reserve section at universities like Aberdeen. That was the first thing, because I'd had little knowledge of that before, and that was impressive to me. The second thing was how ubiquitous he is. Was there not one corner of the globe that David hasn't penetrated? Is there not one place he hasn't been? And I didn't realize this at the time, but that is one of the most amazing. It took me 20 years before I finally went to a country David hadn't been to. And I'm not sure whether he hasn't been since. But the third thing I learned was that whether David was there to provide it or not, his presence provided support and comfort and a sense of familiarity. And those are the three things that are most important to me. And that sense of familiarity and that sort of sense of comfort is something that has continued ever since. I happen to be using the office that was David's for decades. I'm trying desperately to make it as untidy. I haven't got there. But I walk in, and it's always a sense of comfort. And so I hope that's what we have here tonight. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Bellinger. Indeed, Professor McQuoid-Mason is known to be very colorful. I'm sure he inspired the great speech by Thabo Mbeki, I'm an African. When I first met him, I couldn't figure out whether his attire was West African Southern African, Northern African, Eastern African. Then I concluded, no, he's an African. That's it. And now, let's get some inside secrets from someone who knows him better. We all know him better, but we can only allow one person at this stage. 50 years in academia, what it means. And that question would be answered shortly. So please, would you please welcome to the stage Professor Tanya Walker, the law professor in the School of Law, UKZN.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome, especially to David, and it's also lovely to have Fiona with us tonight. If you will forgive me, I'm going to read from my prepared speech. I know that David will definitely speak off the cuff, and we were all supposed to do that when we give these speeches, but if I start telling you anecdotes about David, we could be here all night, and we've got quite a few things to get through. It is a tremendous honor to address you on this very special occasion. 50 years in academia, what does it mean? It means a most remarkable achievement and the making of a legend. The contribution which David has made to this law school, to numerous colleagues and thousands of students over the years is immeasurable. From my own personal perspective, I have to thank David for setting me on a legal career 44 years ago when I had a completely different path in mind. I first encountered David as a lecturer when he taught me introduction to South African law in my first year of study at the then University of Natal in 1978. As a first-year student, I was set on studying speech and drama, and my intention was to follow an acting career. My father, however, said that being an actress was a most unstable, unsuitable career, and so in addition to drama, I had to study maths, as I would always get a job as a maths teacher. In order to get out of the maths, which was an idea too horrible to contemplate, I agreed to study law with my drama, because law was, in my father's opinion, a far more respectable profession. I had always thought that law was a rather dry and boring topic, but it was certainly better than doing maths. Well, that was before I met David McQuoid-Mason in those days, with his absolute passion for law, his inspiring lectures, and of course, his wonderful outfits, which never failed to entertain us. And so my interest in law was born, and I was hooked. David taught me during my BA and my LLB, and he, together with Ellie Newman, presided over my moot in 1983. David's exam, tutorial, and moot questions always contained the most interesting and controversial facts and quirky, colorful characters. There was never a boring Mr. X or Mrs. Y in David's papers, and you could always tell who the bad guys were by their names. My final moot involved a dispute between Wilhelmina Waning Glory and Thelma Thumper. The names speak for themselves, and I have never forgotten them. I also remember David's Delic lectures on the concept of the reasonable man. David, of course, has always been the epitome of the reasonable man. In 44 years, I don't think I have ever seen David lose his temper or even exhibit the slightest irritation. He seems to take anything and everything that is thrown at him in his stride. When I joined the law school in 1987 as a lecturer, David was at that stage a senior academic, and he went on to be the dean. He led us through some very turbulent political times, but his calm leadership steered us through the stormy waters. As dean, David encouraged many of us to develop our academic careers. He supervised my LLM on advertising law and encouraged me to become involved in consumer law. David is no doubt the founding father of street law in South Africa, but he is also the father of consumer protection law. In 1995, he drew a bunch of us young academics together to produce the first book on consumer law in South Africa, which was published in 1997. Working with David was a real privilege because he was so ready with his advice and guidance. He was an amazing supervisor and mentor, and so prepared to share his knowledge and experience. Not only is David an incredible academic and a leader in whatever field he chooses to focus on, he has always been very engaging on a personal level. You can be sure that whenever David is involved, a lot of fun is had by all. Whether it is walking on the Wild Coast, attending conferences in far-off places such as Edinburgh and Auckland, or sussing out the remote film sets of Lord of the Rings, David is always a fountain of information and a great organizer. He's wonderful to go to conferences with. I don't think, as was said earlier, there is a single remote area that David has not been to. At international conferences, whenever anyone learns that you are an academic from Natal or now UKZN, the first thing they generally ask you is, do you know David McQuoid-Mason? A student once asked me where he could find, he was wandering around the corridors here and he wanted to find David. And I very facetiously told him, he's probably in Outer Mongolia, only to discover that David was establishing a street law program in Mongolia. Of course, David's travels aided and abetted his exotic attire. At one formal law faculty dinner, where of course David was not dressed in the obligatory black tie, he started off his welcome to our guest speaker, Judge Gelgert, by explaining to us that his jacket came from somewhere exotic like Egypt, and his pants were from another equally exotic country. When Judge Gelgert replied, he very seriously informed us that his jacket was from Woolworths and his pants were from Edgar's. Over the last 50 years, David has shared many pearls of wisdom with his students and fellow academics, which have always stood us in good stead through the years. But I have one particularly memorable example, which I have passionately shared with my daughters regularly over the years. It was 1983, my final year of study, where I was sitting in the old Moot Court Lecture Theatre, which was in the Memorial Tower building, waiting to be taught by David. In those days, we had lectures from 7:45 in the morning until 10:30, and then we commenced again at 5 p.m. in the evening until 7:30 at night. Can you imagine if we told our students to do that today? This was to accommodate part-time students. So, like all self-respecting students, if the weather was good, we spent the middle of the day on the beach or at the pool rather than in the law library. On that particular day, which was a magnificent day, I arrived back at university looking like a particularly hard-boiled lobster. I so clearly remember David walking down the stairs in the Moot Court. He took one look at me and said, "You are going to look like an old bag at 30. I immediately responded, 30? Sure. I immediately responded to David, 30? Who cares what you look like at 30? Well, 30, 40, 50, 60, the decades have come and gone with amazing rapidity. Where have all those years gone? Despite my rather cheeky reply, I certainly took the message to heart, as I have so many other lessons imparted to me by David. I am very grateful to have been given this opportunity to acknowledge David and his contribution to the law school, because we don't always properly acknowledge the people who have had a major influence on our careers. When we are young academics, we can be quite arrogant, and it is only when one looks back on one's career, as I am doing now as I approach my own retirement, that you realize that there are people who have had a profound influence on your life. For me, David is one such person. David, together with academics such as John Milton, James Lund, who passed away a few days ago, and more recently, Managay Reddy, have devoted their academic lives and probably a good deal of their personal lives to this university. And because of them, and people like them, we have an amazing law school. This law school has seen many changes over the years, and it is certainly very different to the one that I joined. But it has always been a place where young academics are nurtured and supported, and the interests of students remain at the forefront of everything that we do. I have been very privileged to be a part of it. It is because of people like David that we have what we have today. And I urge the university to continue to support and nurture a law school which many regard as a national treasure. David, you have inspired many generations of students and academics over the last 52 years, and your legacy to this law school is without equal. I have no doubt that you will continue to share your knowledge and your wisdom. I, like so many others, owe you a huge debt of gratitude, and for that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Walker. Indeed, you have answered the question, and I would just like to add one thing, that in the 1990s, when I first came to the University of KwaZulu-Natal, first thing that I saw from Professor David McQuoid-Mason, who was the dean at the time, was his great interest in trying to find out how African students are surviving in terms of their studies. And that was one of the greatest moments personally of my life, his involvement together with Professor Kathy Govender, Professor George Devenish. Those are the great people who brought a lot of change, meaningful change, to the law school. So thank you, Professor Walker, for taking us through that history. But there's also a very recent history that we should not forget. Thank you very much. Now I would like to call Dr. Dave Holness. Dr. Holness is the director of the UKZN Law Clinic at Howard College campus. As I've indicated, Professor Mason is also a clinician, so we will hear from Dr. Holness. Thank you, Dr. Holness. You can take the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, especially David. It's really a thrill to be here. You can see David has rubbed off on many people, and in terms of fashion sense, he's rubbed off on me. So I thank David for that. As director of the Law Clinic, I have a special honor to be there because David established the Law Clinic, one of the very first ones in South Africa in 1973. And we have 19 law clinics in South Africa, and each one steps in the footprint that David established from 1973. So David, on behalf of the university law clinics in South Africa, we thank you for that. In 1986, Professor Woker has explained the street law establishment, which is such an exciting one. For those who don't know what street law is, that's taking law to the people in terms of making law something that people in prisons, in schools, in communities can actually understand, and is not this alien object which we lawyers like to think is our own personal domain. So again, that bringing of street law in South Africa is amazing. Some of you may or may not be aware that David was awarded a special award by Street Law in America for his contribution. So we are blessed to have had him not only in South African street law, but recognizing him there as well. I actually feel quite bad giving a formal talk like this, in the sense that David is the most interactive presenter that I've ever been a part of. Anyone in this room who has been taught by David or has been in a workshop will know that you're always on the edge of your seat because you're likely to be involved in some group discussion or some buzz group. David doesn't believe in preaching to people. He believes that they must be part of their own learning, and I find that wearing my teacher's hat quite inspirational. So I do apologize that I'm not putting you all on the spot in terms of having a buzz group, but I'm sure David will probably keep us on our toes when he has his turn up. Linked with that, when it comes to clinicians, some of you may not be aware, but David's students have included our Chief Justices, our current Chief Justice, our former Chief Justice. We have had, Mongolia was mentioned. I've had a Mongolian delegation that David brought here. I think their Chief Justice was here. Judge Presidents are here. All of these are people who David will treat, as Mr. Mofokeng said, he will treat with the same respect and same dignity that he does to the Chief Justice of Mongolia. So, you know, for that, I really think he deserves so much respect. Both of the former speakers have tried to identify places which David hasn't been to. I've established one, and that's Antarctica, the only continent that David has not run workshops on. David, I'm disappointed because there are there are stations like the Sanap station. I'm sure you can run a workshop, a street law workshop. So we await that in the next 10 years of your career. Colleagues, David is not just someone who wears the hat of clinician or academic. He always gives people an all-round experience. When he has delegations coming to South Africa, he puts on the hat of game ranger by taking them to Umfolozi Hluhluwe. He makes sure that people really enjoy what South Africa has to offer, and I just thought, yeah, you might not have been aware of that aspect of David. The next little part will be a little bit more formal. I did do my homework as to some of the achievements that David has had. Just that when you've had this kind of career, I think some of them are just worth noting. But just like people say, you know, when they have dignitaries that all protocols observed, I in no way is this a definitive list of everything that he has done. But these are just some of the things that I picked up that David has He's a senior research associate in this School of Law and the acting director of the Center for Social Legal Studies. He's a former member of the Human Rights, Ethics and Professional Practice Committee of the Health Professions Council of South Africa. He's currently the president of the Commonwealth Legal Education Association. He's a visiting professor of universities both in Scotland and in in Australia. Co-founder of Democracy for All program, a former president of the Association of University Legal Aid Institutions, and a founder of its financial wing, the Ally Trust. He was director of the practical training course for candidate attorneys in Durban, former chairperson of the Durban chapter of Lawyers for Human Rights, past president of the Law Teachers Association of Southern Africa, member of the Legal Aid Board. I'm sorry if I'm boring you a bit, but each one of these things would have been enough for many of us in our careers alone. So I just think it's good just to dwell on some of these things. Member of the South African Human Rights Commission, Section 11 Committee on Access to Justice. Member of the Ethics and Human Rights Committee of Health Professionals Council of South Africa. And a member of the Steering Committee of the Global Alliance for Justice Education. Colleagues, these are also not just things in the past. We have a conference in December in Stellenbosch, and who is on the steering committee of this conference for the Global Alliance for Justice Education? David. We've gone through the pandemic of COVID. Who did the government call upon? David. David was called upon into a technical subcommittee on the Ministerial Advisory Committee on COVID-19. Our beloved Caster Semenya, who's been treated so despicably, has had the support of David, who has been working with lawyers and the Human Rights and Gender Commission in fighting Caster Semenya's battle in the European Court of Human Rights. The list can go on, and this list is continuing. In terms of the numbers of papers, each time I looked things up, they seem to have changed. It was 150 academic papers, 200 papers, 300 papers. I don't want to get it wrong, but there are hundreds of journal articles which David has written. He has delivered at conferences in at least 200 international conferences. It's probably double that. It was just the source that I found. Contributed to more than 70 chapters in books, co-authored 24 books and manuals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is again humbling stuff. If it wasn't true, you would think I was talking nonsense. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the man that we have before us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not the first to honor David, I'm glad to say, and I'm sure we won't be the last. Professor McQuoid-Mason holds honorary doctorates from universities in both Canada and the United Kingdom. I don't think he has enough honorary doctorates yet, but I'm glad that he has been honored in that way. He's received a special mention by UNESCO for his work in human rights education, and as I said about street law, he was termed Advocate of the Year Award by Street Law Incorporated in the USA. David, just to end with a thank you. Thank you. You really are an inspiration to law clinicians in South Africa and around the world. To quote my colleagues in the South African University Law Clinics Association, quote, "You are a true inspiration and mentor to many, especially on social justice and clinical legal education." David, I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. As you were counting, I was also trying to count if I have to publish 400 articles at the rate that I'm publishing. It will take me 400 years to come to that number. And with Professor Mason, that is not all. So the age would double by hundreds to thousands. So thank you very much. I'm happy to see that the influence has worked, because I look at that shirt and the color, I see the influence. So it's not only in the area of human rights or clinical law, but it's also personal sometimes. So thank you very much for the speech. Now we are going to prove it by showing a short documentary video which will summarize Professor McQuoid-Mason's life at UKZN. So that, I think, is ready. So thank you very much. We can just start watching and turn off our cell phones. Thank you.
Reflect on the journey that Professor David McQuoid. My name is Professor KwaZulu-Natal Governor, and it's an immense privilege and honor for me to reflect on the journey that Professor David McQuoid-Mason has traveled over 50 years as an academic, both in South Africa and on his contributions internationally. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Yes, I was a student at the University of Natal, and Professor McQuoid-Mason was the dean. Now, this was in 1984, a long time ago, and our association started with him being in a position of authority over me as a dean of the law school and I being a student. Subsequently, they offered me a job at the university. I went through an interview process. We became colleagues. And we've been friends ever since. We now work on some initiatives together. I'm the chair of an organization called Ally Trust, which essentially raises funds to help law clinics in various parts of the country to provide access to justice to indigent persons. And Professor McQuoid-Mason and I work on that trust together, and we work on other projects as well. Yes, it's an amazing story. A professor at George Washington University in the United States, a man called Professor Ed O'Brien, came up with this concept of educating people about the law. So this was not educating law students, but educating people in prisons, educating school children, educating educators, teachers, etc., about core principles of law. His thinking was that if they understand aspects, for example, of consumer protection, it will improve their quality of life. So it was very successful in the United States, and he called it street law because it was law meant for the streets. And then he was looking for a partner in South Africa. Remember, this was at the height of apartheid at the time. And many universities said to him, listen, this government's never going to allow this. And he then stumbled upon David McQuoid-Mason, who was dean then at our law school. And David just enthusiastically embraced the idea. And so street law was brought to South Africa. It has been a phenomenal success. They've had programs with children. I worked on some manuals with Prof. McQuoid-Mason to explain different concepts of law. They've taken out that into the schools, and street law was a phenomenal success here, simply because it made law more accessible. In the early days, remember this was still during apartheid. What Professor McQuoid-Mason did was that he came up with the idea of space colonies. So we'd get students from the various schools to come together. Remember, these students had never had associated with each other except in their own racial groups. So he had exclusively African schools, Indian schools, colored and white schools. He'd bring them together, and he used to do it at Utongati in Tongat. And he'd get them to think about how a new constitution of the country would look like. But not to upset the apartheid authorities, we make it a space colony. So we'll assume that they're somewhere out of space, but they're faced with the same problems that we're faced with in South Africa. And then what we do at the end of the day was we'd have a trial, and then the students would have, in front of their parents, etc., have a full-blown trial. They lead their witnesses, argue their cases, etc. And Pius Langa judged some of this, Voga Shabalala, he asked me to do it, various other people did it. And so the students enjoy that experience, and the idea was to communicate to them that law could be something you learn and enjoy.
I was one of the guinea pig students when street law at UKZN was started. And in those years, it was the tail end of apartheid. We knew that change was coming. We knew that change was in the air. And David prepared us for that by programs designed to educate the masses about the law and to prepare students and our communities for elections. And I remember going through years and years thereafter, carrying forward my street law lessons into my profession, into my practice.
David was a new lecturer when he taught me in 1974 and 1975. He was approachable and different, because even in those days, his clothing style was edgy. But rather than just lecture, he encouraged class discussion, which wasn't at all common in those days. A few years later, we studied together at University College London, and because I was studying shipping law, he persuaded me to start an elective course in shipping law once we were back in Durban. I did this part-time and later joined the staff full-time. It was in this context that I saw David's fresh vision for applied legal studies. The idea of clinical education was revolutionary. Later, street law was introduced, and that too was a real innovation in South Africa. These, I think, were probably the first institutional programs in a law faculty in South Africa that attempted to deal with apartheid inequalities.
Professor McQuoid-Mason has made his mark in many areas of the law and received many awards and accolades. In the context of the work of the NPA, I will mention just one. The establishment in the early 70s of the first legal aid clinic on the Howard College campus of UKZN, run by law students. Professor McQuoid-Mason was a trailblazer in this regard, and he pioneered legal aid for those in need in South Africa and well beyond. The right to legal representation is a basic tenet of a fair trial in criminal courts and a critical component of justice.
Yes, I mean, it's really sometimes a challenge to reflect on how bad things were then. There's a picture on my wall which I think you're going to focus on it later. But in 1989, I was just appointed as a lecturer to the law school, and there were protests on all our campuses against apartheid. I mean, the students were very active in the struggle against apartheid. One of the bravest things I remember, standing on the bank of Howard College. You know, our law school is an elevated part of the university, and 4 students, they all happened to be white students, were seated. I think there were 3 white students and 1 African student, They were seated across the road, and a Casper, which is an army vehicle, was racing at high speed towards them. And these students just sat there. as an act of defiance. And we were just watching from the top as the Casper screeched to a stop few inches from the students. And so what Professor McQuoid-Mason did was he formed what we called a legal reactionary unit. So there was a police reactionary unit which reacted to this, all demonstrations, etc. And so we provided support for the students. Whenever the students were arrested, we'd go and try and bail them out. We'd take their names, numbers while they were sitting in the vans, make sure that their parents were notified. And I recall, and in a number of instances, we'd go to court, make representations, etc. On one occasion, there was a meeting at the Students' Union, and it was packed to capacity. I can't remember who the keynote speaker was, but the security police came in there, and this is the strategy they used on many occasions. They came in there and they were filming the event. Now, obviously, they were doing it for the purposes of intimidating people. So they had these two cameras, and they were filming the audience and filming the speakers. Professor McQuoid-Mason went on stage, and he said to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look at those two security police officers there. I want you all to applaud them. I'll tell you why I want you to applaud them. You see, they are recording what we are doing for the sake of history. Future generations are going to come and they're going to have a record of these proceedings. So we must be thankful to them for what they're doing. So please applaud them." So all the students, and they started clapping, and these two guys look at each other, they fold all the cameras, and then they left. And so in a sense, those were the sort of experiences, but it's been more than that. There were the protests on the beaches. The beaches were segregated at the time. Can you believe that? The white beach was near Addington, all that area. Then you had a beach for colored people, and then you had a beach for Indian people, and a beach for African people. And Professor McQuoid-Mason and other people were involved in the desegregation of the beach when they just walked as a group, as a multiracial group, just across all the beaches as a protest action. So there were various steps that he took, but just as an academic, I think it's important. At that time, the government were segregating the universities as well. So what Prof. McQuoid-Mason did, in order to ensure that students of color were able to come to University of Natal, he created a special course called Race and the Law, which was not offered at UDW, it was not offered at Zululand. So the students would say, "I want to do that course. And because it's not offered there, I want to be able to go to Natal." And a number of students were able to register when they ought to have gone to a segregated university. And so those were some of the innovations that he used to get around the stifling confines of the system.
David, as dean, was a facilitator. If you had an idea, you were told to run with it. Admittedly, in those days, there were very few bureaucratic forms to complete. So if you had an idea for a new elective course, it was often on offer in the next semester. David encouraged us to follow our passions.
David has had a remarkable impact on my career in the law, partly because of those early formative influences at the law school, where he taught us about demystifying the law, breaking down esoteric concepts into simple concepts that made a difference to the lives of ordinary people. And that formulated my view of the law, if you like, a system of living law that grows within the community. And so when I started practicing law professionally as an advocate, my goal was in many respects to do what David had taught me to do, which was to break down these concepts into simple terms so that the people, the members of the community that I was representing, could understand, and the arbitrator or the judge, whoever it was, could also understand the wider social impact of what it is that we were doing. So simple credit agreements, simple default judgments on mortgage bonds, all have a much wider social dimension, particularly in this country where there is so much inequality and difference in access to resources.
David McQuoid-Mason, I do want to congratulate you on your 50 years in the Legal Academy. You probably have no idea of the impact and the influence you've had on students like me, who, when we first came to the University of Natal, were completely and utterly ignorant about the ways of the academy, the ways of the legal profession, and a range of issues related to law. You have been such an inspiration to me. You, right at the outset, gave me the opportunity to observe law in a very real way, in the way that law in apartheid South Africa in 1977 could only be observed, namely by giving me this position at the Legal Aid Clinic that set me on a path of my own career, in which I have gone on to become a law professor in the United States, as well as serving as the president and dean in New York, at Albany Law School, and at the University of Cape Town. You've given me extraordinary inspiration. You've guided me to resources, and I don't know how I could thank you, even begin to thank you for all that you've done.
Yeah, I'll talk about South Africa. You know, in my class, we had Justice Mokheng, who I don't know very well, but he went on to be Chief Justice. But we also had Justice Sandile Ngobo, who I know well, and Justice Raymond Zondo. All of them were in my class. And I think all of them will say that in some way or the other they were influenced by the law school in general, and Professor McQuoid-Mason in particular. And other people who were playing prominent roles. Shamila Batoy was a student of ours.
Professor McQuoid-Mason is an inspiration. As we in the National Prosecuting Authority, the lawyers for the people, dedicate ourselves to rebuilding public confidence in the National Prosecuting Authority, to restoring faith in the rule of law, and to ensuring that justice wins. As the father of our nation, President Nelson Mandela, once said, "What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others, and that will determine the significance of the life we lead." I thank you, Professor.
Yes, I mean, I think he's been active in many parts of the world. I've been with him in India, and where he's very highly regarded in India. And again, it's a society similar to ours, where you have laws that are laws that really try and bring about social change. And then there's the challenge about how you make sure that those laws are respected. And so street law found a very fertile ground in India. People liked it, they engaged with it, but he's done it in Nepal, he's various other African countries, we've done it in Malawi, Zambia, and various other parts of the world. So it's an idea that you can export, but obviously whenever he goes to another country, he's got to use that particular country's laws and see how you implement it. So often what he does is he uses lawyers. So I know, for example, he did a lot of work in Bangladesh as well. I think he's been to something like 128 countries in the world doing these sorts of programs, together with legal aid as well. So that's another leg of his contribution. Yes, I think that's an important question for two reasons. Very often, people are social activists, or they're very serious academics. So they sit in their office and they write the books, and they're most comfortable doing that. Or they do the social activism, they engage with the community. David is one of the few people that straddles both those stools. There's the social activism part, but then there's also, he's a serious academic. He's a A-rated researcher with the NRF. I think he's published something close to 200 articles in various journals. And as I said, that when he was dean of our law school, there was a very heavy emphasis on the excellence of the product that we were offering. And I think you need someone, because the students are very young at the time. They want, and many of them want to get the degree. And what we had to communicate to them is that you will not thank us in future years if we give you a degree that does not really matter. And if we're going to pretend this degree is worth something, you pretend that you've achieved something of substance. In practice, the pretense will stop. And it's for that reason, I think, that we wanted an environment where the law school would be an area for critical thought, but an area of academic excellence. And I think it's the combination of that resulted in this, I would say, a serious contribution that Professor McQuoid-Mason has made to academia and to the broader South African community.
And I think for me, the lasting impact that David has made is that I approach the law very much as an organism within the society that we live in. And that is certainly something that I credit David McQuoid-Mason with.
I know that I'm sharing a video with many, many people from inside South Africa and around the world who are honoring you and who are thanking you for your service. The three qualities that I so admire about you is first, obviously, your smarts, your brilliance. You foresaw access to justice in a fundamental way before 1994. And you set in place not just the people who are going to do the actual provision of access to justice, but the institutions that were going to make them possible. So you were way ahead of your time. So it's your brilliance and your foresight. The second is your kindness. You have always been such a kind individual, and kindness is in such short shrift in our world today. You exemplify that. And the third is your compassion. You have gone to all corners of South Africa and the globe to share your resources, your skills, to enable and empower others to be able to continue the work of access to justice, which is the motive of your life. So I want to say thank you, congratulations, you're wonderful, and I love you. Big hug.
Yes, he certainly has those qualities that you've emphasized. There's a wonderful picture of him, the Queen greeting him, with Professor McQuoid-Mason dressed in his colorful gown. But it's interesting that she went to him because she was attracted by his jacket. And so first point is, despite his dress sense, he's actually quite conservative on a number of issues. As I said, about academic excellence, about various other issues. But the dress sense, I think, attracts people to him. He's a very open person. People see the dress sense as someone who's very friendly. And what he's done, he's sort of incorporated the African flair and preference for color and exuberance into his dress sense, and people respond to that very positively. So I think the dress sense has always been there, so it's not a contrived thing. A lot of people decided to dress like that after Mandela adopted it, but David was doing it much earlier. And I remember how President Mandela reacted to him in a similar sort of fashion. I recall before President Mandela became president, it was a couple of months before, he was invited to our law school. And then there's a picture of us on my wall. And he walked into the dining room, and we were all nervous, and he had all the cakes and everything laid out there. And he spoke to David and spoke to the rest of us. He was very affirming. And then he picked up this plate of a pecan nut pie. This is the person that's going to be our next president. And he walked to everyone and he offered them this pecan nut pie. And everyone was so nervous that some people were taking it, other people weren't taking it. And then he said, the only reason why I walked around and offered every one of you this pecan nut pie was because I was going to make sure that I have one piece left for me. And I remember that, and there's a lovely picture of him and David walking down. You may have seen that, Tanya. And they sort of had a lovely relationship, but I think they were also two people that were quite open and honest. And people sense that. They sense that this person is a good person. And you see that with the president. I mean, Surya, my wife, danced for him, and I was at a function, and he wanted to greet all the dancers and thank them. And you just see the connection that other politicians will be fidgeting with their cell phones or doing other things, etc. But he was really focused on the people in front of him. And David has that similar sort of characteristic. So I think that personality is an important point. People just like David. I mean, you see that all over the world. People come up to him and they talk to him, they ask him for advice, they ask him how they should shape their careers. And it's important, and I say to colleagues in our law school now, all of us that have benefited from that, and I've benefited greatly from that, being a student of his and a colleague and our friend, that we must do this for the next generation of students as well. We must make ourselves available. So I try to make myself available for an hour or so. Any student that has questions to ask me, they can do that. But I think we need to do it more formally, because these are young people, they're looking for guidance. Some of them come from families where their parents have not gone to university. They're the first generation to go to university. And so I think the lesson that David has taught us is that to the extent that we have benefited, we must appreciate that, acknowledge it, but understand we have to reinvest it into our institutions again.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think what we have learned from this very short video is that while people like Madala Kunene used music and song to fight off discrimination, Bongeni Ngema used film and cinema, somebody in the armed struggles used the barrel of a gun. Africans used poetry. But when it comes to Professor David McQuoid-Mason, he is a lawyer, but he used the law in a very unique way to get around apartheid. So I'm very proud to stand here to say, if it was not for that innovation, very few black people would have been admitted to this law school. And some of us We have met all the people who have been speaking on the video. We have traveled with David. We have traveled alone, but I can assure you, if I had gone to a different university for blacks, I wouldn't have been there and I wouldn't be here. So thank you very much, Professor McQuoid-Mason. Nobody knows better about what I have just said other than Judge Zak Yakub. So, an old friend, a comrade, and a colleague to Professor David McQuoid-Mason is former judge of the Constitutional Court of South Africa, Judge Zak Yakub. So I'm going to call him onto the stage to give us a short speech. Thank you very much.
Okay, good evening, everybody. And hello, David. It really is wonderful to be here. I must warn you that, like an early speaker, I too absolutely love the microphone. And it's going to be very hard for you to get me to leave it. I start with a confession to say that I don't know whether I should say I've never done this before or to say it is my usual custom to do this, but you can work this out because I wasn't on the program initially, and when I got the invitation, I thought I had to speak. So I called Hazel and said to her, "Thank you very much for the invitation. I hold this man in such high esteem that I would like to say a few words, and you can make up your own mind about whether I did so for self-propagation, as I usually do, or whether I did it for some other reason. But I thought I should start with the confession that that I'm here because I asked to be here, and you should know that. Then I want to talk about what the Dean has said. I agree with him and I disagree with him, because David has taught us, if you put a low complexion on things, that hierarchy is nothing. But I think that's putting too kind a complexion on things. I always don't go to a hierarchy and say, "Hello, everyone," as I said now, because in my own view, hierarchy is utterly, completely anti-constitutional, anti-equality, and wholly discriminatory. So sorry, Dean, I have to disagree with you to an extent. But I think that essentially we agree, and I think that David will agree with me on that too. And then to say that David and I have been friends, but we've never been to each other's homes or eaten and drunk together or anything. We've met fairly seldom. And yet, I think that we have made an impression on each other. It's arrogant for me to say that I made an impression upon him, but you get that feeling. He certainly made an impression upon me, and I'll deal with that. But the reason why I say I must have made an impression upon him is A, because of our body interaction, but secondly, to acknowledge that it is because of David McQuoid-Mason that I am in the Constitutional Court. I don't think anybody knows. I would imagine that he doesn't remember either. We'll hear from him. But he called me to ask whether I wanted to be in the Constitutional Court, and I hemmed and hedged a bit, and so on and so on. And finally he said the University of Natal wanted to nominate me. I never looked. I don't know whether he signed the nomination. If he had any sense, as I think he did, he would have got the dean or someone to sign the nomination. But I don't know whether he did, whether he countersigned it or not. But I'm afraid that he has to take ultimate responsibility for the fact that I was there. And thank you, David. You have created something very important and wonderful for me. And now we have to talk about lawyers, because David was, in a sense, a lawyer. And I say in a sense, quite deliberately, and I suppose I should just add, in an admirable sense, a lawyer. And I've got to start with a lawyer joke, I suppose, because no speech is complete without a lawyer joke. And David is the only lawyer I know, in a sense lawyer I know, who has proved this joke to be a lie, although the joke is probably, generally speaking, true. A father and his son were walking through a graveyard, and they passed a tombstone which said, "Here lies a lawyer and an honest man." And the son said to the father, "What? 2 people buried here, Dad?" So all of us know the meaning of that, but David was not that. And then I must start my formal speech by saying that I have said repeatedly, without acknowledging the source in terms of example that I got it from, that I have said repeatedly in many a speech and many a publication, in my effort to define a democratic lawyer, who a democratic lawyer is. And I have always said, and I said so at a speech at the Legal Resources Center, without acknowledging David's contribution to the statement, that a true democratic lawyer is a really good human being first, a Democrat second, and a lawyer only third. And I thought about that and wondered where I got it from. And I think that David is the prime example of that. He is the absolutely prime example of making it quite clear that lawyering is not the primary aspect of his humanity. Lawyering is not even the primary aspect of his humanity, because his lawyering is motivated by something else. And I've always known him to be a good human being. And I honestly have come to the conclusion now, and that reminds me, I mean, many of you may know Comrade George Chupasad. And the security branch came to his house one day and looked at the many books he had in his library. And the security police stupidly asked him which book he got which idea from. And he just looked at them nonplussed and said, well, he couldn't say. Well, now I can say to the security police, if they should come to me now, that I got this idea because of the personality of David McQuoid-Mason. And that was an absolutely wonderful, wonderful lesson to learn. He is a democratic lawyer by example. So in 1973, I start practice. I heard a little bit about the Legal Aid Center. I had joined the underground of the African National Congress in 1967 and become a kind of left-wing student. It was fashionable in those days. It was quite exciting. I mean, imagine to be a right-wing student. It wouldn't have worked for me. A very fashionable thing to do. So I went ahead and did it, and it was very nice. And then Legal Aid came about. I heard about the Legal Aid Act while I was at university, and I wondered and thought about it. And at that time, my mind was already focused on anti-apartheid things. And then I started practice in 1973. And I speak to lawyers, and nobody knows about the Legal Aid Act, and everybody is a bit uncomfortable with it. They used to pay a bit of money, and slowly it came about. And I must thank you, David. I was the beneficiary of the Legal Aid Act because I got very little work in those days. And when he was a poor battling lawyer, I don't think he realized that legal aid would benefit a poor battling blind lawyer. In relation to him, every attorney thought that he had no brains at all. So in that sense, to the extent that the law clinic encouraged legal aid and got everyone to know it, I took advantage of legal aid and worked it through. But all David's actions that you've spoken about now, I would categorize very differently. And before I do that categorization, let me say to you that during apartheid, we began to understand, and I think I'll motivate that David too began to understand, and he was an epitome of that law is a weapon. It is a tool. But it is more potent than a physical weapon. Law is an ideological weapon which can be used to destroy those who created it. So ultimately, and David understood this, and he said so in a lecture or two that I attended of his, that we were able to use the law which was passed by the authorities to ingrain the system. We used the same law to try and destabilize the system. And the purpose of a lawyer then was different. It was to use the law to rid it of apartheid, to use the law as an instrument and as a weapon to create a just society. And David did that, and that is what legal aid is about. Because legal aid means that poor people get legal representation. And legal aid at universities was really an anti-apartheid act. And in 1973, even I couldn't say that I was anti-apartheid because things were very difficult and oppressive in those days. And I regarded legal aid as a very important way of empowering people, because empowering ordinary people, getting them to understand the law, getting people to understand law and injustice was the most powerful stroke one could take against anti-apartheid. And I would say that David knew this. I always thought he knew it. I always thought he understood it. And I always thought that he would never say so because none of us could say so. And so down the line we go with all the things that he did in terms of developing humanity, developing human beings, and street law. Street law was an empowerment anti-apartheid measure second to none, which all of us learned from, which all of us worked with. And it was all done in the understanding, and we all talked in elite terms, in idiotic elite terms, saying that law is actually not for the elitists. So of course we used to enjoy saying that in all sorts of elite environments and so on and so on. But 90% of us carried on as if law was truly an elite thing. And we were, by and large, elite lawyers. So we wanted to have our cake and eat it. We shouted from the rooftops that law shouldn't be an elitist profession. It should always associate with the people and so on. We tried to do it. We tried to ensure that we consulted with communities in relation to the way in which we administered law and so on and so on. But what better way to demonstrate that law is a people's thing than by street law? Because street law places law in the hands of the people. And if we proceed with that, we continue to disempower not true lawyers, we disempower money-making lawyers who are not really true lawyers. And I think that all of us here would agree on the notion of disempowering purely money-making lawyers. So what David did was he gave meaning to what we shouted about without knowing what it really means, that law, A, can be used to change society, can be used to ensure that apartheid will go away, which we managed to use it a great deal, and can be used to empower people because it is truly a people's tool and must avoid being lawyers and legal academics at that level. And you look at him, I suppose, I don't know, but I couldn't quite make up my mind. Because I suppose maybe I haven't seen the way he dresses. It's nice to see whether his dressing makes him actually elite in a very special way, or whether it makes him ordinary. I think the jury is out on that, David, and I don't know. I don't know which side will win the round ultimately, but your personality will demonstrate to us that it is not. So I must end now by saying two things. I hope that in the future, your family and us will get to know each other a little better personally. You may not like what you see, but well, what can I do? I'm sure I'll like what I see, and we will work it out. But the most important thing is this: how can we carry David's legacy forward? Because there is a legacy. And unless we decide what we are going to do about it, it's not going to work. The legacy will be quite useless. I think that David will agree with me that the new constitution is not the end of the road to democracy. It is actually the beginning of the road to democracy. Our constitution did not bring in true democracy. Far from it. All our constitution did, and I trust David will agree that what the new constitution has done is given us a platform to create a true democracy. And in the same way in which David taught us to use the law which was aimed at killing democracy as an anti-apartheid tool. So, let us beat those who want to use our constitution, which is a wonderful, multifaceted tool. Let us, in the name of David McQuoid-Mason and all others, use the constitution that we have to conquer those who use it to defeat democracy and who use it to support corruption. And I want to say finally, let us honor David McQuoid-Mason by our actions Let us stop being elitist lawyers and elitist lecturers and so on. Let us concentrate on our humanity and let us use our constitution to conquer those who wish to use it to benefit themselves and make our society bad. So good luck, David, and good luck to all of us.
Thank you, Judge Yakub. David McQuoid-Mason used the unjust law as a potent weapon to fight the injustice within that law. We need to carry forward that legacy. So we will. Now I'm going to call a very talented, wonderful, the legendary bluesman, king of the Zulu guitar, the giant of African music, Mr. Madala Kunene, to give us a musical interlude.
Sanibonani. Nami ngiyajabula ukuthi ngimenywe la esikoleni. uDavid lokhuluma ngaye. Nami mhlambe ngamashumi amane ngimazi. 40 years. Kungenzeka ukuthi konke lokwagqokayo wakopela kumina. Ngoba lo ngamazi ngimazi sayifakela udangala nje. Ngathi ngibona seshintsha ngathi hayi. Kusho ukuthi uyi-African lo mjida. Sihlangana ko-Splash FM. Sihlangana ko-Pick-up zonke indawo lezi. Uyawuthanda umculo wesintu. Yiko nje ethi akize la. Ngiqala nje ngesidolodolo. Isidolodolo sedlalwa izintombi le emakhaya. Sasakhiwa ngokhuni bese kufakwa ishoba lenkonkoni. Kodwa ke ngokuhamba kwesikhathi ukuthi kufike lawo madoda afika la kuleli izwe yami ekhasi lekinati. Asesakha ngensimbi. Mina ngo-73 ngangisithenga ngozukwa 5 cent. Namhlanje sesu-200. Ngizocela ukuthi imbokodo omama izingane zisifunde lesidolodolo ngoba sekuhambe umgodi esaqhitshwa. Ngiyacela abantu abami nina enongomama nisifunde lesidolodolo ngoba simnandi.
Umoya, umoya, umoya uyavunguza ezweni lethu. Oh umoya, umoya, umoya uyavunguza ezweni lethu. Africa, Africa, ubomuye umuntu ngezikhu zoboya. Hayi bo wema-Afrika thandanani, thandanani wema-Afrika. Asithandani, asithandani thina, njengasesithandane. Abekho ngasithinta.
ushele nomshanjana uyithenge ngozuwa ungasala nozuwa awuyawuthanda uzuwa awuzuka wami anda ushele nomusha njalo uyithenge ngozuwa ungasala nozuwa awuyawuthanda uzuwa awuzuka wami anda ushele nomusha njalo uyithenge ngozuwa ungasala nozuwa awuyawuthanda uzuwa uzuka wami yana imvula yana imvula yana imvula yana imvula lethwese ihlobo lethwese ihlobo uqwala neziziba uqhuma nemithi utshani buhlaza cwe yana imvula yana imvula lethwese ihlobo lethwese ihlobo
Ngala bethi zango esalishaya Ngiyabonga.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kunene. Just for the benefit of those who did not understand what he was saying earlier on when he started, he was talking about the instrument that is very important to him. It's called Istolotolo. That's the instrument that he was playing. And he was saying that African people have stopped playing this instrument, and it's starting to disappear. And what we have now is the Western version of the same instrument, which is slightly different. The instrument, I believe, I'm just guessing this, it's probably called the Jewish harp or the mouth harp, but the Zulu name for it, or a similar instrument, is called Istolotolo. So he was encouraging people to play it. So Mr. Kunene, I can tell you, my daughter is also a musician, so she's watching right now, and I'm going to tell her about that instrument. All right. So now it's time for us to present gifts. I'll do that with the Dean of the School of Law, Mr. Adrian Bellinger.
Thanks. Lasala and I are going to do it together because it's such hard work. Also because we're going to need, there's a couple of things to do. We've got a few gifts. But if you will forgive me, because it's such hard work, I don't know how Lasala is doing it with a full suit on. In fact, he's doing a fantastic job, isn't he? There's just so many suits and jackets you can have in one place at a time, and I think we were going to be overwhelmed by them, so if you don't mind, I'm going to get rid of mine. Because I feel a lot more comfortable not all the way, David, but hybrid. Trousers are from Woolworths, waistcoat and shirt are from Senegal. So David's influence has rubbed off on more than just a few of us. There's a little bit of David under the jacket here too. But speaking of jackets, we felt that it was time. Are we going to do that first?
Yeah.
Yep. We felt that it was time that we updressed David slightly. And so the first gift for David, if you come up here, it would be a delight to present this.
Thank you, Mr. Bellinger. I must indicate that this jacket was designed by a UKZN alumnus, Ms. Petsile Gamede, who's the founder of EPS Clothing and Brands. And this jacket is made out of Imibala Ankara fabric. Imibala means colors. It roughly translates to a cloth of many colors, really. That's what it means, and which is also a reflection of Professor David McQuoid-Mason's personality, really. So here's the gift. We shall present it to Professor David McQuoid-Mason.
Thank you very much, but I'm going to wear it, so take it off.
Thank you. They want to see it, Prof. David. Yes. Yeah, that one.
Okay, that's fantastic. The jacket I wore for the Queen was made by Lindui Kuzwayo in Durban, and that one she couldn't stop talking about. This one looks great as well. Excellent. Okay.
Didn't think we could make you look right.
Thanks. No, just about goes with my socks and shoes.
I'm just wondering, Prof, why is Mr. Bellinger not having so many colors?
I'm not old.
Thank you. I'm sure this you can see now what we have been talking about since we started about Professor David McQuoid-Mason. So this is it. It represents a whole lot of things: his personality, his travels, his presence in the Rainbow Nation of ours. It represents everything about Professor Mason, but we do have another gift for him from Pansy Museum. And this gift is important because Professor David McQuoid-Mason has partnered with the museum on various projects, and this is their contribution to the celebration. So we are very much thankful to the museum. And Mr. Bellinger would hand over the gift to Professor Mason.
Paul, do you want to tell them about this, or do you want me to tell them about it? Well, let's show people first. Undo it. Yeah. Great, it's purple as well. Everything is purple, that's okay. It looks as if it goes with my socks, so you'll see. Yeah. Paul, is this made by Schlengi? One of Schlengi's one. Yeah. Do you know the history of these things? The night watchman used to take telephone wires out of old telephone cables and put them together, and at night, while they were watching on duty, they used to make these things. But now they've been elevated to a fantastic art form. And Schlengiwi is doing a fantastic job. Thanks, Paul. It's really brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more quick gift here.
One more gift. You better guide me down the stairs.
No, I'll help you. You want me to hold this for you?
Thank you. I don't have to leave the stage. Okay. Thank you. That looks fantastic.
We have one more little quick gift to hand over, but it's not for David, actually.
Oh, good. Okay.
You're going to avoid all the trite things that are often said. And so this gift is from the law school, because David has given his time so generously over many, many years, but we tend to forget that David has other things in his life which are as important, if not more important. And we wouldn't actually be here this evening if we hadn't had some behind-the-scenes insight and a sort of a mole on the inside helping us with not only when David was available, when he'd be in the country and not in Ulaanbaatar, and with the design of some of the gifts. And so, Fiona, this is from us just to say thank you for everything that you've done, and for your support, and for your help, and for your love.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much. That's very, very nice. It's quite heavy. There's a lot. They really are. That's really beautiful. Gosh, that's really gorgeous. Ooh, hang on. Thank you. I think we've had the most fantastic evening. I've been so touched listening to what people have said about David, and I mean, a lot of times I just nearly cried because I think you've just really contributed so wholeheartedly to tonight's evening. And I'm sort of speechless actually, because I feel quite overwhelmed and very humbled to be with David. I think, and I know he is, and always have thought, that he's a very exceptional human being. And I'm very, very lucky to be married to David for all these many years. And we had a very difficult year health-wise, both of us. And so we've actually both had to survive from some pretty daunting extremes, and we've both come through that, and just be standing here tonight, it just feels like such magic. Thank you to all of you.
And just thank you. Fiona's always been there to support me as well, which is fantastic, but good. Thanks. Yes, I know you have been as well. You all have. Great. And Paul, that's going to look very good with all my Maasai necklaces, which are up on the wall, together with the baskets. They look fantastic. Yeah, great. Okay.
Interesting that both got purple in them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
everything's got purple and orange.
Everything's got purple.
Let's watch those stairs, yeah.
Are you comfortable staying here?
I'm going to go downstairs and talk like this. When am I supposed to talk?
Yeah, now.
Oh, okay.
Let me take you there.
All right. Thanks. Yep. Okay. thanks. They apparently want me to say a couple of words, but I know things are, time is pressing on. Just, how many of you have heard of street law? How many of you have done the street law course? Just stick your hands up. Okay, there are a whole lot of people at the back who haven't. So I thought I better, I think I better play a game or something just to wake you guys up. It's a game that I've played in India. Zach, I think you were there with LB Sachs. And I played that game with 2,000 people, barefoot activists, to the Chief Justice of India. And it's a game about why we need laws in society and what sort of laws we have in democratic societies that apply the rule of law. So, to play a game, have people got pens or pencils? No? All right. Let's just try here. You got a pen or pencil? Anybody? Okay. You have. All right. Is there at least one pen in each row or one pencil? Okay. Can someone take the pen and just give it to the person at the end of the row? Take your pen or pencil, give it to the guy at the end of the row. Or an object. If you haven't got a pen or pencil, anything you like. A rubber, a stone, a twig, whatever. Okay. Because to play a game, we need something to play with. So we're going to play with a pen or pencil or whatever other object you guys have got. To play a game, we need team captains. So all the people on the extreme right of the row, you are team captains. Put up your hands, just you guys. Right at the back as well. Put your hands up. Okay, thank you. So we have an object, we have captains, we have teams, you're all teams. Each row is a team. So teams, captains, objects, we can play the game. Start playing the game. You guys at the back, start playing. All right. Okay. Hang on. The name of the game, the object game, whatever it is captains, hold up your right hand. All of you. All right. Just pass your object to the person on your left. Okay, you're not doing it properly. Start again. Back again. Captains, hold the object in your right hand, put it in your left hand, hand it to the person next to you. Still not playing it properly. Hand the thing back again. Let's start again. All right. Right hand, left hand, other person's left hand. Hang on, you still haven't got it right. Let's go back. Last time now. All right. Right hand, left hand, next person's right hand. Leave out all the people wearing rings. They can't play. These guys in the second row have won the game. You won the game. All right, what do you guys think about that game? Has this professor gone mad or something? Yeah, okay. How did this game begin? What happened? How did you all feel right at the beginning when I said play the game? Confused. What the hell is going on here? So imagine we live in a society where there are no laws. We know sometimes we think we do, but we live in a society where there are no laws. People are going to be confused. It's going to be chaotic. People, if you do this long enough, people get angry about it. You know, what the hell are these? So it would be the same with the legal system. Any country, we need laws. Any provinces, we need laws as well. If we go to a university, we've got to have rules or laws. Even in a family, sometimes we have to have them. Okay, I then gave you a rule. And then what happened? You followed the rule, and then what happened? Said it was wrong, so I changed it. Go back again. Start again. Again, you're doing it wrong. Change it. What? Yeah, we'll come to that. What happens? What happens in a society if a law is passed which says what you did yesterday wasn't a crime, today we're making it a crime? Would that be fair? No. So what do we have in democratic constitutions? Or what do we have in criminal codes? Laws cannot work, lawyers say retrospectively, backwards, and punish people that were not wrong at the time that they did it. Okay, how did the people with rings feel about this game? Unfair, discrimination, deprived. So what do we have in democratic constitutions? We have non-discrimination, treat people equally. Okay, so far, why did you guys win? You won because I said you won, right? So again, in democratic societies, we don't have a situation where people or lawyers on one side make an argument and another side make an argument. The judge doesn't listen to that side. Judge, listen to that side, just says, you win, you lose. So what do we have in our democratic constitutions? Everybody has a right of access to the courts, and the judges then are supposed to be impartial, independent, and they're supposed to apply the rule of law. I mean, I used to do this in Soweto in the 1980s. At the end, one of the kids or community stand, please, Professor, with respect. Yes? Sir, you did not consult us about these laws. You just imposed them on us. What was that kid talking about? Democracy. Absolutely right. So in democratic societies, we're able to elect the people who represent us. So this simple little game then teaches us why we need laws in society, otherwise confusion and chaos, that laws shouldn't work backwards and punish people for things that are not wrong at the time that they do them. Laws should not unfairly discriminate against people, and laws should not be arbitrarily applied by the courts. You should have access to independent, impartial courts. Okay, well, that's it. So when I did this in India, the Chief Justice of India came along and said, Prof, I wish they taught us law like this when I was a first-year student. All right, just a quick footnote about people saying, well, what about this other? This is beautiful, but what about this? Where did this come from? Well, I was doing a workshop in Nigeria for 2 weeks, training their law school lecturers. They've got a practical training schools, and they had 6 of them at the time. And I was invited to come and train with a colleague from England, Richard. And we went to Abuja, the capital. We went out in a combi with armed guards and things. But what happened was, at the end of the first day, the professor comes to us and says, you know, this is fantastic. You're teaching us all this interactive stuff. But there are only 20 of us here. I have 1,500 students in my class. So I said, okay, that's great. I'll show you how to do it. Richard, the English guy, says, what the hell are you doing? I said, relax, Richard, relax, Richard. So you set it up and we'll come there. So that was on the Monday. On the Wednesday we go. We drive through the bush. They'd actually taken over a holiday camp. And so they had a massive auditorium. So I walk in there, dramatic red sky, sunset and everything. And their Nigerian students are very bright and very formal. And there they are, 1,500 of them sitting in their suits. here I'm wearing my usual funny South African clothes. So, walk in, say to them, how many of you heard of the case of Dudley against Stevens? Anybody heard of that case here? So-called shipwreck sailors case, okay? So yes, the Nigerian, because they're all common law students, all their hands go up, all right? Somebody just tell us the facts so that we all understand we're on the same page. Okay, great. Now, you 500 are going to be for the prosecution. You 500 are going to be for the defense. And you 500 are going to be judges. And you're going to have 10 minutes to prepare your arguments. Prosecutors, you've got to argue why Dudley and Stevens, who were the shipwrecked sailors who resorted to cannibalism, why they should be convicted of murder. Judges, you've got to wait until you hear the arguments, but you can think about it now. And defense lawyers, you've got to listen to the arguments, not only present your own arguments, listen to the arguments of the prosecution, because you've got to reply to them. Prosecutors, you'll have a minute to reply to any new things. Okay, so we've got them all organized. Guys, 10 minutes, off you go. So Richard, the English guy, says, hang on, they're making a noise. Tell them to shut up. I said, they're supposed to make a noise. There are 1,500 of them discussing things. Anyway, after the 10 minutes, I get Richard to sit on the PowerPoint, split the screen. Prosecutors, first argument for the prosecution. Hands go up, go and choose someone. Second, third, fourth, whatever. Right, thank you. Any more? No? That's it. Okay. Defense lawyers, let's hear your arguments first, second, third. Okay. Any reply to the prosecutors, just don't repeat previous arguments, though. Yep, okay, we got them. Right, now I've got 1,000 students sitting here. I've got 500 as judges. Judges have got 10 minutes to consider their verdict. Now, I can't just leave 1,000 guys sitting there doing nothing. So, prosecutors, what was the best argument of defense? Defense, what was the best argument of prosecutor? And so it went on, to and fro. And the guys didn't want to stop. We just went on and on and on. Anyway, eventually, we sorted it all out. So we now go into our second week of teaching, the next cohort of 20 law professors. And the second day, I start getting these phone calls. Geez, Prof, I can't believe it. You know, I used to do 6 hours of PowerPoint. The students were exhausted. I was exhausted. But I tried what you did the other night. And I was so full of energy. And the students were so full of energy. They didn't want to stop. We just carried on. So that was the lesson, that you can even use a big group using buzz groups. So this interactive teaching is very important. I'm sorry, I know you've had a long evening. I'm not going to regale you about all my war stories and things. I could tell you about teaching human rights in a hostile environment, but I think, Adrian, we're probably running out of time now. Tell you more. Well, I'll just keep them short, I think. Kathy, you briefly mentioned that one case where we had a meeting here and the cops came to break it up. Remember that one? Well, I had a similar thing at Alan Taylor Residence, which used to be a so-called black residence out here. And we were waiting on the 16th of June for the young lion of Soweto to come and address a meeting. But I knew that the cops were going to try and stop this. So there happened to be an American law and psychology professor, Ralph Slavenko, and his girlfriend from Australia. And I decided to take them with as insurance, because they were conservative guys, and they thought there was democracy in South Africa, you see. So I thought I would take them along. So we arrive at Alan Taylor Res, 2 combi loads of armed riot police, and I thought he was a sergeant, van der Merwe, I kid you not. And I say to him, look, I've got two guests here. They believe we've got democracy in South Africa. I don't want you guys to do anything to make them, show them that we haven't got democracy in South Africa. Okay, don't worry, Professor, don't worry. Okay, so we go into the hall, about 800 students there from medical school and so on. And then students are all waiting, so they start putting up a banner, liberation before education. Next thing I see the security cops coming. They're coming in. I said, now hang on, what's going on here? No, these bloody students are putting up communist slogans. I said, hold on. Just remember at the back there's Professor Slavenko, his girlfriend, they believe in democracy. If they go back to America and Australia, you know, in South Africa, you can't even hang up a banner because it's illegal. What are they going to say about democracy? No, well, okay. They can have the bloody banner then, but they must get on with the meet. Anyway, so now we're waiting for the young lion of Soweto. It's a bit late. So the guys start singing songs. Viva Mandela, Viva Tambo. Now the cops are all coming out again, pouring out. Now what's the problem? No, these bloody students are singing communist songs now. Hold it. Remember Professor Slavenko and his girlfriend. If we go back here, they go back to America and Australia and say, you know, in South Africa, you cannot even sing. It's illegal. What are they going to say? All right, Professor, but this is the last time I must get on to the bloody meeting. Anyway, so the young lion eventually arrives. A young political scientist guy talks first about the significance, and the young lion gives us a lot of vivas and so on. And then it's my turn. So at the back, same as we had there, security cops in plain clothes with their safari suits on. So I say to the students, will all of you please turn around and look at the back? Because at the back, you will see two gentlemen in pale blue safari suits who say they're police officers, but they haven't got uniforms on. So we're entitled to see their ID. So Sergeant van der Merwe, please show us your ID. I'm not a sergeant, I'm a warrant officer, okay? Warrant officer van der Merwe, show us your ID. So he shows his ID, the students clap and everything, turn around and come back. So, okay, now, guys, I'm very pleased that you are videoing us because last week you conducted a whole lot of raids in Alan Taylor residence. You confiscated textbooks, spectacles and things which were against even the emergency regulations. So I'm going to take you through every single violation that you guys have been making, and I want you to take that tape back to the police colleges and show the police colleges what they should be doing to enforce the law properly. Of course, the students clap and so on. Anyway, so the meeting goes ahead, no more interruptions. We go back, I go up to the combi, and I kid you not, this is what the guy said. But I said, Warrant Officer van der Merwe, you guys nearly destroyed our international reputation. Oh, Professor, it is so difficult. But we know we've got your blue street law book, I promise you. That's what he said. Your street law book about criminal law and juvenile justice. We know if we follow that book, we'll be okay. And that was the second volume that I'd done, and all the police stations had bought it. Anyway, that's a footnote. I think, look, I can go. I think you guys must take over again. And I'll say a big thank you to everyone at the end.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. I'm sure you have seen for yourselves that Professor David McQuoid-Mason doesn't really like speaking high of himself. But if you look at his record and his CV, it speaks volumes. So, Professor David McQuoid-Mason, thank you very much for the response. Can we just applaud? Now, this is the very last item, but before I go into that item, I want to thank Mr. Madala Kunene for the beautiful music, but I also want to state that his CDs, his music, his albums are available. You can see them there at the front and next to the guitars there. There's his albums which are for sale. So please let's support these great artists and buy his music. If you cannot buy it today, that's fine. You can contact me and I will arrange that you get the necessary album that you may be interested in. So, but thank you very much. Let's support him. All right. I said it's the last item, but I haven't got to it yet. There's one more thing, which is waiting right there on my right-hand side. And this is very interesting because it's called umqomboti. Those lots of clicks in African languages. So you have to say it properly. Umqomboti, say it. I can assure you, if you can have just one cup, you'll say it properly. Okay, so it's a traditional Zulu beer made from sorghum and is brewed by women. In this instance, the one that you see there, it was brewed by the college PR team. They are responsible for that great pot that you see there. And this is how, well, of course, with the exception of the cups that you see on the side, but that is how it would be presented in terms of Zulu culture. So it is important for a number of reasons, and it is important for us to serve it for a number of reasons. I won't mention all of them, but in this particular occasion, it's Professor David McQuoid-Mason's signature ritual on big occasions. So I'm going to call him to taste it. Thank you very much. And can I then ask, while Professor David McQuoid-Mason is being assisted, to come up to the stage? Thank you. I have to assist him, so I'll go there.
Umnandi, umnandi, umnandi.
Now, I have to say, in terms of our African culture, to show the personal connection, you drink from the same. So I'm going to enjoy it, Prof. Thank you very much. So you pass it on and on and on. That's how we create connections, which last forever. So thank you very much, Professor Mason.
Thank you.
Now I'm serious, the last item. Dr. Vishal Seben, Senior Lecturer, School of Law, UKZN, please come and give us a vote of thanks. And just before I go, I need to remind the audience that there's cocktail function, and Mr. Vishal Seben will tell you the details about where it is and so forth. But on my side, as the director of these proceedings, thank you very much. It has been a great evening. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a spectacular evening spent in the company of our living legend, Professor McQuoid-Mason. I think I would categorize this evening's tributes as a 1-minute trailer of a long 3-hour movie depicting the contributions of David to the community, to the law school, and to the world at large. We could have sat here for much longer and enjoyed so many more accounts, tributes, anecdotes from David's storied life, but we shall save these for mingling and some drinks a little later. To bring these formalities to a close, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge a few people. So on the stage, our former colleagues, Kathy Govender and Alan Rycroft, were thrilled to send us some messages, as well as Professor Penny Andrews and advocates Shamila Batoy and Andrea Gabriel. We also thank our senior colleagues, former Dean Manige Reddy and Dean Adrian Bellinger, for their leadership in bringing this event together, to Mr. Lasala Mofa-King, Professor Tanya Voka, and Dr. Dave Holness for their lovely words, and especially those from Justice Zach Yakub, and Mr. Madala Kunene. Thank you so much for that delightful rendition with the guitar. Now, behind the scenes, we have a few people to thank as well and express our appreciation. Our college PR team, Hazel, Tandi, and Kumbulani, have been working on the logistics for several months to bring this together, and I think they do deserve a round of applause as well. Yeah. We also thank the Panzi Museum for that beautiful gift, and Ms. Petsile Gamede for tailoring the jacket that we have presented to David, Asante Solutions for video production, and TV for sound, Giselle Caterers, and all our university facilities and maintenance departments. The law school is also grateful to everyone present for giving us the pleasure of their company, and as well as all our viewers that are viewing via live stream. We also wish to acknowledge and say thank you to David's wife, Fiona, for all her love and support to David over these many years. So turning to our final words this evening, how do we say thank you for all of these years of service to academia? So I'd like to think of Paddington Bear when he had tea with Queen Elizabeth on the Platinum Jubilee, and he simply said, "Thank you, ma'am, for everything." And so in a similar spirit, we say to you, Professor, with all the appreciation that we can muster, thank you for everything. Folks, please join us for cocktails outside.
Fugitives, hooded eyes, weary brows, seek refuge in the night.